Check, check. Is the mic? Check. No, it's staying. People so far. Let's be able to use your
EFRIS practical session. Before we get back into the training today, I have been requested to do a recap of what we looked at yesterday for those who are joining us today. So, what is CACASA with EFRIS? EFRIS in full is the electronic fiscal receipting and invoicing solution. This is a government-certified smart business solution used to manage the issuance of e-receipts and e-invoices, among other electronic documents. They could be credit notes as well, they could be debit notes as well. The key benefits of using EFRIS are: one, you get to improve your bookkeeping skills as you can ably maintain accurate details of what goes into your business, what's in your inventory, and what goes out of your business. Also, your tax statistics summary helps you plan your cash flows as you are made aware of the taxes charged to the business transactions in your account, so you can plan ahead before the next month or the tax due date arrives. Benefit number 2 is that you can track and authenticate all your business transactions in real time. When you log into your EFRIS account, you are able to get details of the total number and total value of the transactions in your account in real time, as well as categorically over a given period of time, say weekly, annually, monthly. And this can be seen from all your points of sales and your branches without you having to be physically present there. Benefit number 3 is that you eliminate the risk of losing your physical documents. This also reduces on the cost of storing these bulky files, moving around with them, and exposing them to damage from fire, theft, misplacement, and all those other things that could happen to your documents, since transaction details are now digitally stored. Benefit number 4 is that you get to fast track the processing of your refund claim. The transactions are in our system, so it does away with the time the URA officer has to physically stamp your physical invoices and you having to run around with your supplier to get them to declare your sale in their tax return such that it can be recognized by URA. And lastly, in the future, you get to have pre-filled returns sent to you by URA, and all you have to do is either approve or reject and give reason, and then submit your return. This does away with the delays and costs associated with the tax declaration process. Now, the process flow for this is dependent on whether you're using the electronic invoicing or the EFDs. Under electronic invoicing, there are 4 options that you can use. You can use the system to system. This is where you connect your business invoicing system to the URA EFRIS server using what we call an application programming interface, commonly known as the API. The second option under e-invoicing is using the e-invoicing link that is on our portal at www.ura.go.ug. The third option under electronic invoicing is to have the EFRIS client application installed on your desktop or mobile device that you use in your business. And the fourth option when using electronic invoicing is the USSD shortcode, which shall be used by those with the non-smart mobile devices. The electronic fiscal device is a set of your point of sale connected to the sales data controller, which has a tamper-proof memory, and all this is connected to the URA server. Ideally, the EFD works in both the offline mode and the online mode. Offline mode is where internet connectivity is not available, but you can still trade because this EFD comes with the solution pre-installed or embedded on it. In the online mode, internet connectivity is available and the exchange of information happens in real time. So let me give you a quick example of how this works. When a customer walks to your business point of sale or your business counter, go ahead and capture the transaction details. These transaction details include the TIN, which is the tax identification number. They include the price and quantity of whatever they are purchasing. Please note that in the case of a business-to-business transaction, business-to-diplomat transaction, business-to-foreigner transaction, you are going to capture the TIN. It is a mandatory field. However, in the case of a business-to-consumer, this field, it is optional. But we encourage you to please have an identifier captured. Now, when you capture these details are then encrypted, which means they're secured, and transmitted to URA in real time if you're working in the online mode. When the EFRIS server receives these details, it's going to have to decrypt them and format them into the acceptable way. By formatting, we mean that the EFRIS server adds certain key features. These include the invoice or e-receipt number. They include the verification code. They include the anti-fake code. And they include a data matrix code, commonly known as the QR code. Once these details have been formatted into the acceptable data format, they will be encrypted again and transmitted back to your point of sale in real time. In the online mode, the URA server also sends a copy of this data to the buyer's email address, given that it was captured already. You can go ahead and print off the e-receipt or e-invoice as received, or you may not have to, given that both of you have these details. If you're a buyer, they're in your email address. If you're a seller, they're in your EFRIS account. However, if you're a final consumer and none of these details were captured, yes, they do have to print off a receipt for you. This process is very quick and shall not affect your queue management system. However, any feedback that you would like to share or suggestions are welcome. You can write to us at kakasa@ura.go.ug. The telephone number shall be shared at the end of this session as well. In a nutshell, that is how Kakasa with EFRIS works. Now, yesterday we had started our practical session, and this is what you have to do. First of all, please note that a test link is going to be shared with you to use. So do not use the link at the portal, as that is a live environment. For anyone who wants to practice, please use the test link that is going to be shared with you shortly. When you receive the test link, you log in with the dummy TIN and a password that was shared. Some of you did not get the opportunity to get your dummy TINs configured. This is because the organizer selected a few people who would join us in this practical session. So I would kindly advise the rest of us to please follow when the screen is shared. When you click on the e-invoicing link, a new window opens up to you where you are asked to include your TIN and your password. Please include your TIN and password, and this shall take you to the next window where you are asked to please select your OTP delivery method. An OTP is a one-time password, and you can select whether it is sent to your email or via SMS. When you select the option that you want, kindly please don't forget to click the send OTP. As soon as you receive your OTP, please put it in the availed space for OTP and click login. Once you do this, then you are into your EFRIS account. And that is where we're going to pick up from today. No, we're going to use the test link.
Okay.
Thank you. Is it okay? As I was saying, please note that the test link is efristest.ura.go.ug. Okay, as I was saying, I will be working in the test environment today, and the link is available, which is right here. So please don't use the live environment. When this homepage opens up to you, please input your TIN. For us who have the dummy TINs, please input your TINs and log in so we can start from where we stopped yesterday. So you get to select whether you receive this via email or SMS. In my case, I want to receive via SMS today. Then you click, please send OTP. So I will just wait to receive my OTP on the phone. As soon as I can access it, I include it in the space availed for the OTP. Please note that this process is the same as if you would be working in the live environment. We're just using the test environment because anything that you do in the live environment shall be captured and recorded to your profile. Your OTP is available for the next 24 hours, but please keep it in a secure space. Once you have successfully gone through the process, you then get into your EFRIS account. Now, one of the things I want to do today is give you a short recap of what each of these widgets does. Your performance widget, when you click it, it gives you the total number and the total value of the transactions in your account. The user guides are value downloadable documents that you can read offline at your own pace later. The frequently asked questions give you short questions to guide you on the various topics that could be covered under this solution. The policy are the rules and regulations. An e-invoicing widget, which is this one, is the shortcut to the window where you generate the e-invoices and the e-receipts that you want to issue. Now, when you move your cursor and click your profile icon, you'll be able to update and put a picture of your company logo, which shall appear on all the documents that you print. On the drop-down menu, you get to also view your profile, as well as find the logout button. Your messages, when you click your messages widget, it takes you to your inbox where you find so many messages, and you can also communicate to URA through that. Your pending task list shows you all the available tasks in your login that you have to handle. And your dashboard. Your dashboard is ideally a summary of all the things that you have done in your account. When you want to look at a particular period, unhighlight, for example, want to look at weekly, unhighlight all the other periods, and it will give you information pertaining to the period that you have selected. The inner circle gives you the number of receipts that you have generated, and the outer circle gives you the value of these receipts. If you change the statistics type and select tax statistics, it also shows you the taxes that have been charged to the business transactions that have occurred in your account in a given period, as we're looking at right now. Under the daily segment, it shows me, because I have not yet raised any transactions, but ideally it will show you the total taxes charged, the VAT charged, the excise duty charged, and any other tax charged. Just like before, for any period that or any particular tax that you want to look at, for example, if I want to look at only VAT, I will unhighlight all these other ones and it will only give me details regarding to VAT. Now, the first step for anyone who would log into an account is, please note you will only have 3 menus on the left-hand side. You'll have registration, fiscal document validation, and reports. And this is because you have not yet registered. So the first step is to go to the registration, click the first time application form, and fill in the details as required. When you're done with that, you click submit, and URA shall send you a response, whether be it an approval or rejection, within 24 hours. When you get your response from URA, all you have to do is click on the URA logo to reset your account, and all these other menus shall be availed to you. Yesterday, the next thing we did after registration was walk through stock management. The first thing you have to do under stock management is go to the goods and service configuration. Here is where you're configuring the things that you're dealing in, be it a service or a product. You simply click the Good Service Configuration link. Yeah, we are just waiting for the window to load. Okay. Now, yesterday we saw that you can do this two ways. If this window opens up, simply go directly and add the product code. What you start with is, in the commodity category row, click Browse Products. A new window titled Select Commodity Category opens. You can use the search space and put a name of whatever it is that you want to deal in. Ideally, it will select the categories where that product could fall. Yesterday, in my case, I was dealing in beverages. So if I put beverage and I click go, it would reduce the number of categories available to me to those where ideally a beverage could lie. So go ahead and select the category that you want. How you select it is that there's a black arrow just before the category name or category number. Click that black arrow to expand it. And for each section that you keep getting at, please keep clicking the black arrow and it will keep expanding into the simplest classification unit for the item that you want to deal in. So as I keep expanding beverage, I realize I want to deal in alcoholic beverages. So there's still expansion to do because it can still be broken down further. So when I click the black arrow, I see that the simplest unit it can break this down to is either beer, cider or perry, wine, fortified wine, sparkling wine, spirits or liquor, alcohol cocktails or drink mixes, takju, soju, clear strained rice wine. The categories are going to depend on what you have selected. Just please keep expanding to the smallest classification category that is there. Click the item that you want and then click Save. The moment you have clicked Save, go ahead and include the product code and all those other details. What does product code mean? Product code is simply the way you reference or record this category of item in your books of accounts. All of you who have products, you know that you have been referencing to them a certain way. For example, in my case, the beer I am selling is called Amazing Drink, picking up from yesterday. But this amazing drink comes in 250 ml, 350 ml, 1 liter. So it's ideally the same product, but I have different codes for each of the 3 volumes. So what we looked at yesterday is I would put a product code, for example, like I would abbreviate Amazing Drink to AD and put product code 001, showing that it is for 250 ml, and the good or service name would still be Amazing Drink. So now you go ahead. For me, it cannot do this because as you're seeing, there's an asterisk here, a warning sign, simply because it's telling me the product code already exists because I did this yesterday. I'm just, excuse me, walking the rest of you through this. Once you have put the product code and the good or service name, go ahead and select the currency that you want to trade this item in. The currencies available to us are the Uganda shillings, the US dollar, the pound, and the euro. Excuse me, we'll be right back. Okay. So like I was saying, the product code is simply a reference number of the way you have been documenting these products or referencing to them in your books of accounts. Go ahead and include the goods or service name, and then select the currency that you're using. The various currencies available to us are the Uganda shilling, the US dollar, the British pound, and the euro. Once you select the currency that you want, the next step is to select the package measure unit. The package measure unit is the way you package these items that you sell. And there's also a package measure unit for services, the people who are in the service industry. For people who are in the service industry, it could be per week, per month, per annum, percentage of completion, name it. There's a whole list there. Just select the one that applies to you. For those who are in products, you can also select whatever it is. It could be a crate, a dozen, whatever it is. Once you select, in my case, because I'm selling beer, I could simply type the word crate and the available options shall be availed to me. So I will choose crate beer. This is the big picture, a crate, right? Next, you have to put the unit price. Now, please note that the unit price is tax inclusive. And you know that tax rates are either 18%, 0%, or actually even exempt. So go ahead and include the unit price. Yesterday, I think I was selling this at 50,000 inclusive of tax. So I include that right there. And lost stock alert configuration is simply a number that you configure, such as the system tells you, because we're going to look at the point where when we start selling, we have stocked in, then we're going to start selling. Once you stock in, you need to tell the system that when it gets to a certain level, please warn me so I can stock in again. That is what low stock alert configuration means. Yesterday in my stocking, I stocked in 1,000 crates for this particular beer and this particular volume. And I selected that when I am selling, when I start selling and the system has adjusted the quantities for my stock vis-a-vis what I have sold out. When I get to 50 crates, I want the system to warn me that I have dropped to 50 crates such that I start to plan to stock in. So that is what low stock alert configuration means. When you have done that, there are those people who sell both the big package and the smaller unit. What do I mean? I'll give an example of a person who's doing both wholesale and retail. If I am simply a wholesaler, I will leave my package measure unit at a crate of beer. If I sell both the crate and the bottle itself, I will have to come and include a piece measure unit. Piece measure unit simply caters for that smallest individual item or unit that you're selling. In this case, my piece measure unit would be, it could be a bottle. I could select bottle and it will give me the options available for bottle, or I could simply select piece itself. Go ahead and select whatever it is that you want. When you click that, I will have to say that in one crate or in one big package, there are this many number of individual units, and that is what we're doing here. Then I will include the price for that individual bottle. So I think 50,000 divided by 12 gave us 4,100 something yesterday, but we just rounded it off to 4,200. And when you click the blue arrows that are against the VAT information row, it expands and shows you that the tax rate for this particular product is 18%. And it will show you that it is not a service and all the other information as well. If you want to add a similar good, if you want to configure a similar product that falls in this particular commodity category, you do not have to go through the process of browsing for products again. You can simply click add similar good. It will save this information and give you another window where you can go ahead and put the details for that similar good. When you're done, please click submit. I am not adding anything because I had used these product codes already. So maybe I could go through the process and add a different drink altogether and give it a product code that is B002, as it's not yet in existence. I will name this beer world probably. I want to select euro. I want to use the euro currency. I still want to use the crate or beer package measure unit. Probably a crate is 50 euro. And I still want to maintain my low stock alert configuration at 50 crates. When I break this down further into piece measure unit, yes, I will be able to sell a crate and an actual bottle. When I break this down, I say one crate has 12 pieces or 12 bottles, whatever you have selected, it works for you. It's your business, so you know what works for you better. Let's see, 50 divided by 12. 4.2 euro. So I'm going to sell each bottle at 4.2 euro. When I am done, if I want to add a similar good, I will click add similar good. I will confirm that yet I want to submit. So this information I have just included here has been saved and the commodity category has stayed the same because I want to add a commodity that falls under the same category. If you want to add a commodity that is under a different category, you submit and go through the add product code, browse products category process again. So this new commodity, which is similar to the previous one, will probably get code B004. I will probably, the other one was named Beer World, so this will be probably Beer, beer Party. So I was working, the currency I used in the previous one is a euro, which I probably want to maintain. In this case, I don't want to sell as a crate, so I will straight away go to a bottle. And I would select what kind of package it is. Is it a wicker bottle, a bottle crate, a bottle rack, name it. I will select wicker bottle. The unit price for this is probably 4 euro. And my low stock alert configuration, I will maintain at 50. Now, because I'm already selling this in the smallest unit possible, I do not need to use the piece measure unit option. The VAT information is already there. It's a product that is sold at 18% VAT rate. And when I am done, I simply click submit, confirm that I want to submit. And my details have been successfully submitted. And it shows me all the products that I have configured for available here. And that is like one way. So if you click that and it takes you direct to the add product code window, you can go about it that way. The other way is that it could take you to this window that I'm sharing right now, and it has not taken you direct to add product code. The process is simply the same. You could put the good name you want, and in the status, you say enable or disable this product code, put a parameter, search, and it will still take you to this where you add a product code. So the process is the same. It's just that you can approach these two ways, choose the one that is simplest for you, and move at it. Now, there's also the option for those who already have many details and many products within their stock right now, within their business right now. You don't have to do this individually. What we have given you is an option for batch import. So right above there, there's an option for batch import. As we explained yesterday, this is how batch import works. You click on the batch import button and it opens up a batch import window. What you want to do here is click and download the template. There's a template that you have to use to put this information. When you click download template, an Excel sheet shall be downloaded for you to use. When that Excel sheet opens, please click enable editing before you do anything else. And the next step is also to click enable macros. When you enable macros as well, you can put all the information that you want in that Excel sheet. When you're done filling in the Excel sheet, kindly save it somewhere, and then you'll be able to come back to this window You select it from wherever you have saved it, and you attach it here, then you click upload. It will upload this Excel sheet. If there is an error, it will tell you that there's an error, please try again. This is for people who have so many things that they're doing already, that they already have in their businesses, and they don't have to go individually to adding a product code. They can just use this Excel sheet, fill in all the required details, and upload the information at once. The system shall capture it, and it will still be availed to you here in the same way. I click home, my home widget, to go back to the home page, because next we are moving to, after good service configuration, the next step is for stocking management. Click stocking management, and it takes you to the window for stocking management. As we can see, the same thing is happening here. It can open the stocking window direct, which is what is happening here. Or if I close this, it still gives me this. Here, I would have to select using one of the available parameters. The stocking type, and it could be all a local purchase or an import that you want to stock in. You could select the option whether you're a headquarter or a branch name. You could want to stock in for all of them, or you could want to stock in for a particular branch only, or the headquarter alone. It is really up to you. The options are all available to you. Or you could put a supplier TIN and supplier name. Pick whatever parameter you want to use. For example, in this case, I'll select all and just search. So these are the products that are available to me, as I've already configured them, and I will probably want to stock in. So I just click any of the products and I click stocking. So it still takes me back to the stocking window. So like I said, there are two ways you can do this. The one that is simpler for you is the one that you're going to go with. I find the first option easier for me. So I go to stock management, click stocking management, and I like it when it takes me direct to the stocking window, where I select whether it's a local purchase or an import. What does this mean? A local purchase is stock you're buying from someone who's registered here. The business is here, and you just walk to them, you buy your stock. Import is, you've imported stuff from outside the country and brought it into the country. Now, just so you know, the ASCUDA system and the EFRIS have been integrated. So as of last week, all imports are now fiscalized. So when you carry on your importation, please note that the details shall be in your EFRIS account. You're able to get them in your EFRIS account when you're trying to stock in at this point. So whether it's a local purchase import, as long as this item has been sold to you using the EFRIS solution, you will find the information in your EFRIS account. It will be sent to you directly. So if whatever I want to stock in had been bought earlier from someone who had issued me or carried on that transaction using the solution, the receipt or invoice number would be available here. Right now, it's not, because I have not bought anything from anyone using the solution. But the receipt or invoice number shall appear here. All you have to do is click it, and it will auto-populate the information. Then you can go ahead and fill in section C, where you add the commodity information. We will see how this works when we've started to raise the transactions among ourselves, and we begin selling, the dummy tins begin selling to each other. Then we will appreciate this more. Now, because I do not have any receipts to show here, I will select the headquarter or branch name that I want to stock in for, and I want to stock in for the mother company. I will put the supplier name I'm probably buying from, probably Sachi and Sons. And I will go to section C, where I want to fill in the commodity information. Under section C, simply click Add, and it will take you to the Add Goods or Services window. If you remember your product code, you can put it, but I will go to Select. And all the items that I added for or I configured for are available there. If you have so many items, you might want to use the search button. So you just input either the product code parameter or good service name, click search, it will give you that individual item that you're looking for. Right now, we don't have that many items, so I can just go through here and see what is it that I want to stock in. So I probably want to stock in Beer World. I highlight it by clicking it, then I click confirm. Details are auto-populated, and now what I have to fill in is the quantity that I am stocking in and the purchase price for each unit of the quantity I'm stocking in. Please note right now, you are using the purchase price. So I think if I recall, I will be selling each crate at 50 euro. So probably I bought each crate at 30 euro. The quantity I am stocking in is probably 1,000 crates. I can put a remark that could be that I bought this on a particular day. I bought it from so and so. I paid, probably it hasn't yet been delivered. Put any remark that works for your business. Now, for those who are asking if there is a currency converter in the solution, as we can see right here, I am dealing this item using the euro currency. I have put that for each crate, I bought it at 30 euro, but the total amount I have spent is in Uganda shillings. It is very clear there. So for the 1,000 crates I am stocking in at 30 euro each, the whole sum figure has been finally converted into Uganda shillings by the inbuilt currency converter. It uses the same rates that we use on the URA portal, which are picked from the central bank. When you are done, the process is still the same. If you want to add another item that you have bought from this particular supplier, click add next item and fill in the details as well. I don't want to add any other item, so I will simply click OK. And my information is right there. It is very clear that my product code is B002. The good or service name is Beer World. The packet measure unit is a crate of beer. The purchase price for each unit is 30 euro. The currency is euro. The quantity is 1,000 crates. It has been converted into Uganda shillings. When you're done with all this, click submit, confirm your submission, and it will tell you that you have successfully submitted. You can go ahead and export a report of these details for your own use. That is stocking. So you have the option to use a batch import for those who have so many. Please remember, click batch import, download the template. It is an Excel sheet. When you download that Excel sheet, enable editing, enable macros, fill in the required information. When you are done, save it somewhere because you will still have to come back to that batch import window. Select the Excel sheet, upload it, and all your products shall be captured by the solution. You don't have to do this individually. When you are done with stocking management, you can go to stock adjustment if there's any reason. Still, two things happen. It can take you to the window direct, or it can give you this option where you can choose a parameter that you want to use. It is up to you. Choose what is easiest for you to follow, but the process is the same. In the adjust stock window, you need to select whether you're adjusting the stock for either your branch or your company. Once you select the particular entity that you're adjusting for, go ahead and select the reason as to why you're adjusting the stock. It could be the goods are expired, they are damaged, they are being taken out of the business for personal use, or they're being taken out for raw materials. Personal use is, for example, if I had a party and I don't want to buy my beer from anyone else, I would simply come and adjust my stock saying it's for personal use and probably put a remark of any kind. And I will go to section B and put the adjustment commodity information. For those of you who would click raw materials, this is what it simply means. The example we looked at yesterday was a supermarket that probably stocks in 1,000 cartons of flour. Out of these 1,000 cartons of flour, they are going to probably take out 20 cartons to use in their own bakery. So they have to adjust for this stock so that it shows it is no longer within their inventory, but it is being used elsewhere. When they are done with that, they would have to stock in the processed item or the finished good at the end of it. They would go through the stocking management process, and they would simply declare themselves as their supplier because this is their item. So many of us were asking about that yesterday. This is your item, so you're your own supplier because you already showed that you have adjusted your stock for these raw materials and you're stocking in the processed good. However, please also note that for particular people like the manufacturers, and I think the supermarkets that have the process where they're taking part of their stock as raw materials and they'll process it at the end and bring it back. Please note that because URA has your details, you're already registered with us. We are working at configuring another part of this window such that it allows you to comfortably show the movement within without you having to go through the long process. As soon as this is completed, it shall be availed to you. But please note, it is going to be configured for particular sections. You're either a manufacturer or you're into construction or something, but you're ideally using part of your stock as raw material. That tab is going to be available to you as soon as the testing is done on it. So please be patient and go through this process as we are using right now. Is that okay? Answers your question of yesterday? Yes, I hope the manufacturers and the other people have got this. For those of you who have your raw materials and there's a process in between there, please note that URA is working at configuring a certain tab for you such that you can comfortably record this without having to go through this whole process again. For the meantime, you will have to use this process where you adjust for your stock, take it out as your raw material or personal use. When you're done, you stock in the processed item at the end and just show that you're your own supplier because it's coming from you anyway. And of course, there's no price because you're not selling to yourself. You can't sell to yourself. So for now, in the interim, please use that option as the other option is being finalized. Okay, so I wanted to show you the example of personal use where I've taken out certain items for my personal use. I have probably put for home use as a remark. And then I'll come to section B, which is adjustment commodity information, because I have to include the quantities that I am adjusting for. Under section B, click Add, and takes you the adjustment commodity window. As usual, on my product code row, click Select. It gives you all the products that you could adjust for. If you have many products there, use the search window, put in a parameter, click search to give you the particular product that you're looking for. I want to select Beer World. Once you select the item that you're interested in adjusting, click confirm, and then you go ahead and you see all the details have been auto-populated for that particular commodity. Now, the book stock, because I had already stocked in earlier, it tells me I have 1,000 crates. It's showing me that the currency is there. It's a euro. The packet measure unit is crates, and the unit price is 50 euro per crate. I want to take out, say, 50 crates. The moment I include the adjust quantity, my book stock is also adjusted automatically. So originally, you see the book stock was 1,000. My current stock is, because I'm taking out 50 crates, is 950. When you're done, click OK. And it gives you the value of what you have adjusted for. So the 50 crates I have taken out, the total value of that is 10,136.90 Uganda shillings. So remember, there's a currency converter. So whatever currency that you're using, if it is converted to the Uganda shilling, it will clearly show you that this amount is now in Uganda shillings. Just please pay attention to that part. Most people ask the question as to why personal use has to be adjusted for. Personal use is an actual sale. You're supposed to pay for the goods you take out of your business for your own home use. So that is why even when you're adjusting, it gives you a value of the items that you have adjusted for. When you're done with your adjustment, click OK. Confirm that you want to submit, and it will tell you that you have successfully submitted. I can search and it will show me all the items I have adjusted for. I can click any item and adjust it again. View adjusted stock, export these details. It is up to you. You can do whatever you want to do with these details. After stock adjustment, we looked at stock transfer management. The process is the same. It can take you to the transfer window directly, or it could take you to this window where you select any parameter. For example, I want to transfer from the mother company. I will click search and it will give me all the items that are available to me in the mother company. I highlight it, I click transfer, and it still takes me back to the original window it had given me. It is up to you. Choose whatever is easier for you to use, please. In this transfer window, you have to select the person you're transferring from and the person you are transferring to. If you do not have a branch or any additional place of business, you cannot use this because you cannot transfer from yourself to yourself. So the system shall simply tell you exactly that. You cannot transfer from yourself to yourself. Go ahead and also select the reason as to why you're transferring this stock. It could be out of stock adjustment, an error adjustment, or any other reason. Specify the reason why. An example of out of stock adjustment could be that the mother branch and the mother company and the branch sell the same item, but the branch has run out. Yeah, they have so many orders to fill, but the mother company has all these stock. I will simply transfer from the mother company to the branch so that they have stock and they can go ahead and transact, because you cannot sell what you don't have in stock. The solution shall not allow you to do that. Go to section B, click add, fill in your transfer details. When you're done, submit, click OK. It will give you these details and they will be available to you, and you can export and do whatever you want with these details. Stock inquiry is ideally just to show you the inventory that you have in place. So let's wait for this window to open. I could click search and it shows me everything I have in stock, as you can see. Or you can go ahead and click any parameter that you want to use. You could only want to look at the stock that's in your mother company and your branch. And this is why we were saying that you can track and authenticate your business transactions in real time, and your bookkeeping is improved because you have all this information and you don't have to be physically present at the branch for you to access this information. In the comfort of your home, log onto your EFRIS account, go through your reports, go through your details, and you're able to see that, oh, this branch still has stock, or it has sold this much, and this is everything that I have. That is what stock inquiry is all about. We are done with a recap for stock management. Before we move on to fiscal document management, there is what we call the create sub-account. So we're picking up from yesterday. Those who are in the room with me and those who are walking through the practical session with me on Zoom, we are picking up from where we stopped yesterday. The recap is done. And today we want to start with sub-account management. Sub-account management, please remember that you're using your TIN and password on this EFRIS account. There are people who have come to us and been honest and said, I would rather none of the other people have my TIN and password because they can access information on the URA main portal. So what we have done is give you the option to create a sub-account. You can create a sub-account for each of the cashiers that you have. They will still log in with a TIN, but they will have their own password and they will only be allowed to do certain things within the account. You give them particular rights to do in your account so that they do not have access to your main URA eTax account. So move your cursor over the create sub-account widget and in the sub menu, click create sub-account. In the create sub-account window, click add, and it will take you to the window where you add the account. So you have to include the login details for that person. Probably login ID. In my case, I would like to use let me pick a name, probably Lutaya. I will maintain the user name as the same. I will put a phone number. And I will put an email address. So let me put my personal email because I need to be able to access it now to show you. Okay, when that is done, I will select where this person sits. Do they sit at the company, the headquarters? Do they sit at the branch? So probably I want this person at the branch to be able to raise documents or do any other any other role I've given them. So I will select branch, then click submit to submit your details. So it tells you your sub account has been successfully created. Kindly check your mail account for further details. And the details are here. The details of the sub account I have created are there. Are we at the same place? Are we all okay in the room? Good. We hope our Zoom counterparts are okay. Are the people that side okay? Great. Now, when you click on the sub account that you have created, first of all, let me log on to my mail so I can show you the information I have received. Okay, so we went off a bit there just so I could log into my email. Now, if you have created a sub account, the details that you put in for the sub account, I'm sure by now they have received an email from URA, and it is giving them login credentials for their sub account. Now, as you're seeing here on the screen I'm sharing, it gives me information that Dear Lutaya sub account for the branch name that has been successfully created. It gives you your login ID and your password. So for those who have created the sub accounts, please check the email address that you used to create the sub account and confirm that the login credentials were received, because we're now going to go and log in as our sub account. Let me just write this down here. Okay, now that I have jotted down my details, I want to go back and log in my main account. Excuse me. Excuse me. To our main account. So what you want to do is log out of your main account. May we all log out of our main accounts and log in, because we now want to go to our sub accounts. So let's all log out. To log out, move your cursor over to your profile icon or your company logo icon. Now, in the drop-down menu, you'll find the logout button. So simply take the login ID that was sent to you in that email and the password that was sent to you as well. And then once you have put the login ID and the password, okay, I think I got the wrong details, so let me just get them from my email again. Oh, okay, we're missing a letter, so okay. So once you have put the correct login details, the login ID, and the login password, it is going to ask this person who is logging into their sub account to still receive their OTP, which is one-time password. So select where you want to receive the OTP, be it email or SMS. In my case, I still want to use the SMS. And when you are done, click send OTP. Okay. Now that you have received the OTP, please put it in the space availed for OTP. And click login. Now, because the system had sent to you your login ID and your password, the moment you're logging in for the first time as a sub account, you're going to have to modify your password. So you can put one that you always remember. So it takes you to the modify password window. And what you have to include here is your old password and your new password. Please note, the mistake most of us make is use the OTP for old password. No, use the password that was sent to you in the first email you received for your login credentials. So I put my old password. And then I create a new password. Okay. When I'm sure of it, then I have to submit and confirm that I'm okay with this. So I have changed my password. Let me just write that down so I don't forget it. So it is going to take you back to the login window where you still have to log in with your ID and your new password. Are we at that level? The people in the room with me, are we at that level? Are we okay? Very fine. We hope our counterparts on Zoom are fine. And now that we have modified our passwords for our created sub accounts, we want to log in again with a new password. So the process is the same. Please include your login ID and the password, the new password that you have created. And log in. You're still going to be taken through the OTP generation process. So just click where you want to receive your OTP and click send OTP. Okay, I have received my OTP, so I will include it. I have successfully logged into my sub account. I have successfully logged into my sub account. Now, in your sub account, you see that the basic widgets are available to the sub account. You have the track application status widget, the fiscal document validation widget, and under your EFRIS menu, there is no menu available because when we were creating our sub account, we had not yet assigned the roles that we want this sub account to do. But when you assign a role to this person, it will be available there. We have successfully logged into our sub accounts. Are we all okay? Just hold on 1 second. Okay, so we have someone in the room with us, and we're going to ask them to please share their screen with us so we can walk them through the issue they are having in trying to access their sub account. You're going to share your screen with us. Just hold on 1 second. What am I using? Do you? Are you in our Zoom? No. Can't find you. Please help. It must be something else you're using. What's the name you're using in your Zoom account? Okay. So we are waiting for them to share the participants' screen such that we can walk them through the issues that they are having. All right, we are back, and we were trying to screen share for someone who was having an issue when they were logging into their sub account. Fortunately, it has worked for them, but the confusion there is that usually when you log in with your sub account, it asks you for the login credentials that was sent to you in that email. The login credentials are the login ID and the password. When you're entering your sub account for the first time, when you include your login ID and your password, you are requested to modify it such that you can stop using the system generated one. When you modify it in the modification window, please note that it is asking you, when it asks you for your old password, please note it is asking you for the old password that had been shared in the email that you received as a sub account. It's not asking you for the OTP. So most of us put the OTP and then it keeps saying invalid details. Please note it is asking you for the old password. When you put the old password, include the new password that you want to use, then you're able to log into your sub account. As I'm showing you right here, I have logged into my sub account. Just a reminder, as a sub account is you giving permission to someone else to handle transactions on your behalf. And the roles you give them are various. So you could give them permission to do your stock management, you could give them permission to do your fiscal document management, but they will not have access to other information aside from what you have allowed them to see. This also points to the fact that because you're using your TIN and password to log in, the same TIN and password that you use for your main Portal eTax account, if you share it with someone else without creating a sub account for them, they will be privy to all the information that you share with URA. So please create sub accounts if you're not going to do any transactions on your own to keep your information secure. Now that we have logged into our sub account and we have seen what it will look like, we can log out and go back to our trading account. So I will select the OTP method on which I want to receive it, select email, send OTP. Then I go to my email and retrieve that OTP has been sent to me. Okay. The OTP is there. You don't have to keep requesting for the OTP because it still, works for 24 hours. Now, when we go back to sub account, I want to show you how to give permission to your sub account to carry on the different roles. In your sub account list, you will have a list of all the sub accounts that you have created. So if you have 10 cashiers who are going to issue invoices, in the interim, as most of you are still doing the system to system, you're having to use this e-invoicing, the portal link. You could create sub accounts for all your cashiers or all the other people who issue invoices from the various branches, and the list will appear here. Simply highlight the sub account you want to give permission to, and in the available buttons above, click Assign Menu. When you click Assign Menu, it takes you to a window where you give the various roles to these sub accounts. So the roles you can give them, the only roles you can delegate are fiscal document management or stock management. You can delegate both roles, or you can retain one and give them one. It's up to you. It depends on what the person does for you. So if you're giving them fiscal document management role, you will give them permission to raise receipts and invoices, credit notes, debit notes. It also comes with cancellation. If we expand the black arrows, we see under receipts and invoices, they can issue, they can do fiscal document inquiry, and they can add frequent contacts. We're going to see what each of these represents as we move, since we're moving on to fiscal document management after our break. Select or unselect whatever role you want to give them. What it means is that if you give them issue, it means they can generate invoices and receipts on your behalf. If you give them fiscal document inquiry, they have the right to see all the fiscal documents that have been generated in your business account. So you get to decide whether you want them to have access to that information or not. Under frequent contacts, they can add whom they usually sell to. So this will make it easier for them to access information as and when needed. So for my sub account, I want to give them rights to issue the e-invoices and e-receipts, rights to include the frequent contacts they're usually selling to at the branch. I don't want them to see the total value or number of fiscal documents that have been raised for this TIN account, so I will not give them that right. They can go ahead and raise credit notes. They can request for credit notes and cancel, because if you're the ones issuing the invoices, then I want them to be able to handle the credit notes and the debit notes as well. So as you keep expanding, the roles are there. Select the role you want this sub account to have. Under stock management, it is the same thing. You can give them the right to configure the goods themselves. And if we expand that menu, you see that they can do the goods or service configuration. Under stock, they can go ahead and handle any other sub menu. So select what you want them to have. This is the point where you're giving them the rights. They can do whatever it is, but they will also only be able to do what you have assigned to them and nothing else. When you're done with assigning the roles, you click submit, and it tells you that this has been successfully done. Now, in the future, for example, this person has stopped being your employee, or for whatever reason you want to disable the sub account, you simply click the sub account and you can click the disable button. That means this person cannot trade using your tax identification number again for whatever you need. You can go ahead and still modify the details, so it is up to you. At this point in time, let's take a 10 minutes break, and when we come back, we shall delve into fiscal document management.
check, 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 check.
Because where were we? Okay, we can start. Hello and welcome back from our break. Now that we're logged into our trading accounts, let us pick this up from Fiscal Document Management. Move your cursor over the Fiscal Document Management menu and it will give you all the available submenus. There are 3 available submenus. There's the Receipts Issue submenu, Receipts Invoices submenu, where you get to issue the documents, where you can do a fiscal document inquiry, and where you can put your frequent contacts. There's the Credit Note submenu, where you get to request a credit note and you can cancel it. Under the Debit Note submenu, you can also request for a debit note or cancel it. What we want to start with is the Receipts Invoices submenu. Before we go to issue, let us click on frequent contacts and include the frequent contacts of our businesses. So click frequent contacts. And when that window opens up to you, click add to include details of your frequent contacts. So when I click add, I'm taken to a window where I can add all the frequent contacts that I have or I usually sell to, so their details are available to me without having to constantly look for them. Okay, so the details could be for a business, a consumer, or a foreigner. Now, as we complete the integration with the passports office system, please note that the system shall be able to validate the information that the foreigners give to you as well. We are doing this because one of the things we want to look at is to be able to give a VAT refund to foreigners who have been in the country for a particular period of time when they're leaving the country. Other countries are doing this, and Uganda is working hard to be able to do this. That's why we are integrating with the required authorities as well to be able to further this cause. So under foreigner, of course, if you're given the passport number and it is legit, when you put the passport number, it will auto-populate details. Even for a consumer, if they give you their TIN or NIN and it's legit, the details shall be auto-populated. It's the same thing when we're looking at business. So for a business, I have a couple of TINs that we are working with in the dummy account that we had selected earlier on. Let me just find them so we can include them. So when you put a TIN, because EFRIS is integrated with eTax, it auto-populates the details for that particular TIN that you have included, as we can see here. What you want to do is include a contact number. So, okay, the contact number is there. So all these details have been auto-populated. When you're done with this, you click submit. Are you sure you want to submit? You say okay. Okay, so that is one of our frequent contacts right there. I want to add another frequent contact. I will go to add contact. And I will still include the team of the people, the businesses I usually sell to. As soon as you put a team, their details are auto-populated, and then you just click submit. So please go ahead and add as many frequent contacts as you wish. It could be a fellow business, it could be a consumer, it could be, a foreigner. As long as you put a unique identifier, their details are auto-populated. Okay, so I have included about 4 frequent contacts. You can put as many frequent contacts as you want. Originally, it had been locked to 20 frequent contacts, but I believe the system is now open and you can include as many frequent contacts as your business deals with. When we are done with adding our frequent contacts, we simply go back to the fiscal document management window, and now we go to issuing of the actual e-invoice or e-receipt. So under the receipts invoices menu, submenu, click on issue. We are just waiting for the details to load. Okay, now in that window, as you can see, some of these details have been auto-populated for us. But you can go ahead and, if you don't want, in my case, my company, my head office has been auto-populated. But if I want to issue this, as a branch, I can go and select the branch instead. So it's up to you. Then for currency, automatically it goes to the Uganda shilling, but you can go ahead and select any other currency that you want to trade in. It's, it's on your side. So for example, in this case, I want to trade in the, I want to, probably I sell these things in a euro. What you're going to do next is put the operator details. I'm the operator, so I'll put my name. And I'll put a reference number. A reference number could be your company ID, it could be anything as long as it's, it identifies the person who made the sale. So I will probably put, that's the ID for the operator. And now we're moving on to section B to include the buyer's details. You're going to have to select the customer type. Is this person a business that you're selling to? Is it a consumer that you're selling to? Or is it a foreigner that you're selling to? Select your customer type. I want to sell to a fellow business. Now, people are asking for those who are issuing export invoices. If you're issuing an export invoice, please note that this next row is for you. is the buyer a non-resident? The moment you click yes, it gives you another option where it says, is this transaction an export? Please click yes as well, and then you can carry on the transaction. I repeat, for those of us who are raising these documents for export purpose, on the next row after customer type, there is a row that asks, is the buyer a non-resident? If it is for export, please click yes. And the other option there is, it asks you, is this transaction an export? Please click yes, and then you can carry on. The process is the same after you have indicated that it will be an export. In my case, it's not an export, so I'm going to click no, and that option is taken away. So I'm selling to a business. I don't have to go through the process of always having a TIN or looking for a TIN document. So because I had already put a frequent contact, I will simply click the frequent contact button and select the business I want to sell to. So I will probably select this first option here. After you have selected the person you want to sell to, simply click OK, and their details shall be auto-populated right there. Please note that there has to be a contact number. Otherwise, if there is no contact number, when you go further to the point where you want to generate the invoice, it will tell you, please go back and include the contact number. So please ensure the contact number is there. After you have filled section B to your content, click the next button for us to be taken to the next window. Are we at this level? Okay, great. So in the next window, what we need to tackle first is section C, which is the goods or services details. In section C, click add, where you're taken to a window where you now input the item that you are selling. If you have the goods, if you remember your goods or service code, you can go ahead and put it direct there. It will also populate details. Or you can go through the process where, you just click select. And you can use the parameter if you have so many already in your list. Put the good or service name and click search. If you have few like I have in my account, when I click search, it just gives me those few. So I can simply look through the 3 items I have and look through the items that you have. Select the item that you want to trade. In this case, I want to trade this beer called Beer World. Once you have selected that item, click OK. And the details there are auto-populated. So it's showing me that the good name is Beer World. The service code is that B002. The commodity category is beer. The unit of measure. Now remember, when I was configuring my product code, I put for the crate of beer as my main package unit, but I also put that I am able to sell pieces. So your unit of measure will give you the available units that you can sell that item in. If you want to sell it as a crate, simply click that crate detail, and then it shows you that the unit price, which is tax inclusive, for that crate that you coded in the beginning is 50 euro. You see the currency is there, 50 euro. Now, people have been asking that originally it was closed. So those who started with us know that you could not change this price here. You would have to go and include another detail to use a different price for the same product. Now you can change it here. If you don't want to maintain this 50, but put at a different price, simply delete that 50 and put any other price. It could be 78 euro now. So for those who are selling the same product to different customers at different prices, you can capture your prices here. It will still be okay with it. Input the quantity that you want. I probably want to sell 20 crates. So please go ahead and input the quantity that you want. It is clearly showing you that the VAT on this item is 18%. It is not a service. It is showing you the amount before tax, the amount before VAT, the actual VAT, and the gross amount. So all that information is there. Select what you want, put the price that you want. If it's different from what price it has given you, it will still capture it and there will not be a problem. Now, if you want to add another item to this same document, if you're done with this one particular item, click Save, and that is it. If you want to add another item to this document, simply click Add Item and go through the process of of selecting the item that you want to add. We are just waiting for it to load. Okay, there it is. So I search for the items that are available to me. And I actually want to include an item that I had configured, because remember I'm selling in euro. So I want to put an item that I had configured in dollars. So I select the item, select OK. The details are available to me. And as you can see, it has, because remember that you have selected the currency you're using for this document is the euro, right from the beginning when you select it. But the item I have added, I had saved in a different currency, which is the dollar. What it has done is the inbuilt currency converter has automatically converted the dollar to the euro because I selected that this invoice or receipt is going to be in the euro. So that answers the question so many of you have been asking, oh, what if I'm dealing in products that have different currency rates? You can go ahead and add them, but please know the converter will take it back to the actual currency that you selected when you were raising this invoice at the beginning of the transaction. So when I'm done here, I click Save. And in section C, it shows you the items, products, or service. Like in my case, I have added both a product and a service to this invoice. So it is showing me right here that I have put, I'm selling the drink called Beer World. I'm selling 20 crates. The unit price is 50 euro, so it's 1,000 euro, the total price. The tax rate is 18%. The service I have included, which is tax accounting, the unit measure is per week, and the unit price is 452 euro. Ideally, this is because I had saved it, I had configured it using dollars, but because I selected for my invoice to be generated in the euro currency, it has converted the dollar to the euro. So the inbuilt converter does that. Now, what if you want to add a discount to a particular item in this very transaction? What you're going to do is click on the item you want to give the discount to. So when you click that particular item, as you see here, when I clicked Beer World, there are other options that opened up to me right above here. The moment I clicked an item, I can modify it, I can discount, I can put a discount to it, and I can also delete it. So what I want to do is put a discount, so I click discount. So it takes me back to a window where I add a discount. And you could put the discount amount, percentage amount. It could be 1%, 5%. So it's on the total, whatever it is. And if you don't choose a percentage, you can put an actual amount. So I want my discount amount to be 50 euro. No, it can't be 50 euro because then it leaves me with nothing. Probably I want to give them a discount of 5 euro. When I do that, I click save. So it shows you that for this particular product, Beer World, the discount has been included on the total. It has been included right there. So I have deducted for them 5 euro, and the system has captured that issue. So when you want to include a discount, highlight the item that you want to discount. And the moment you highlight an item, for example, that, it gives you all these other options. You can modify, discount, and delete. So we have already added a discount to that. I don't want to add any other discount. Probably for a remark, you can put whatever remark you want. Probably you could put a remark explaining why you have given them a discount, whatever it is. Now, section D is the payment details. Go ahead and include the payment details. There are so many available measures you can use. We have cash, credit, check, demand draft, mobile money, EFT. We are working in the background to ensure that all the necessary integrations are being done such that all this can be captured in the system in one go. For now, let's use cash. Now it's showing you that the cash you expect for this transaction is 1,452.54 euro. The moment the person in section D, under total amount paid, you can't see it, or payable amount, you can't see it because you have not clicked the add button. Okay, so on that row of payment mode, select cash. It's showing you how much you're expected to receive, which is 1452.54. If that is what I am being given, I will simply click add for it to show. So you see the moment I click that add sign, it shows me that the cash I have received is equivalent to what the system was telling me I expect to have received. So it's showing me the total amount paid is that. I can remove this, and it's showing you that you expect to receive 1,452.54 euro, but instead I have probably received only 1,000. The moment I click the plus sign, it shows you that the cash is 1,000 euro, the total amount paid is 1,000 euro, but the remaining payable amount is 452.54 euro. You can include all this in the document. So for those of you who have been asking that, what happens if you receive a part payment, or how do I show that the other person is, still owes me? You can include all that in section D, payment details. Are we okay in the room? Are we okay in the room? Yes? Perfect. Are we okay that side? Okay, great. We hope our counterparts on Zoom are following. Furthermore, please note that those who don't have dummy accounts, you can simply just follow us on the screen, and we walk through the process. Also note that various trainings are happening. URA is inviting people to come and attend this practical session, and you walk through the system. Focus groups, like what UMA has done, we are partnering with all our other members, like what UMA has done. We're organizing Zoom sessions for people who want. So we can repeat this, the sessions will still be running, the tutorials are going to be put on the various forums. You can follow at any time, and you can always ask where you're lost. Taxpayers are going to be handheld by the various URA officers. So there is an entire support mechanism to guide you as you're walking through this new change. So looking back at my screen, all these other details have been auto-populated. Section E shows me the tax details, and it is clearly showing me that the currency is the euro. So it shows you whatever currency you're raising this transaction in. It is telling me that the tax category is standard, which is 18%. The net amount is 1,230.97 euro. The tax rate is 18%. The tax amount on this entire transaction is 221.57 euro, and the gross amount is also showed. So section F is ideally a summary as well. Now, you can preview this document before you actually generate it. So when I click preview, okay, total amount paid shall be equal to the total amount. Yeah, so total amount paid shall be equal to the total amount. So I will simply put the total amount. Oops, sorry. Click that. Then I preview. Okay, this has to be captured correctly again. Just hold on 1 second. So the moment you preview, it gives you an idea of what your document is going to look like. So on the screen right now is a preview of the document I want to generate. Some of the things that have been included are, if you put your company logo, it shows right here. The seller's details is just like, similar to what we have been using. The seller's details are included from the TIN, the trade name, the address, the seller's reference number, and the person who served this client. Section B is the URA information. It shows you the document type, which is original. If you're also generating a copy, it will clearly show that this is a copy. Now, the issued date, the issue time, the fiscal document number, and the verification code cannot be filled at this time because this is not the final document that you are generating. These details are only filled when you click Generate Invoice. The buyer's details are captured in section C. You have the TIN, the name, and section D shows you the goods and services details. It's all right there, including the discount that you gave this particular person. Section E has the tax details. Section F gives you a summary. And you go to generate invoice. So you confirm that yes, you want to generate this invoice. And right there is the invoice that has been generated for this particular transaction. Now, because this is the final document you're issuing, the issue date, the timestamp, the fiscal document number, and the verification code have finally been added. Right now, anyone who has a QR reader, if you scan this QR code right here, you'll actually get details of this transaction. So once the Kakasa with EFRIS app for validation is also up and running, you'll still be able to just scan this code and get all the information pertaining to this particular transaction. So have we all been able to generate our invoices? In the room we have? All right, beautiful. That side, are we okay? Great. So let's probably generate one more invoice. Let's generate one more invoice. On the fiscal document management menu, click issue. Probably for this one, I want to maintain it as the currency, as the Uganda shillings. I put the operator name. I put the reference number. I go to my frequent contacts to select the person I'm selling to. And then I click OK. The details have been auto-populated right there. I click next. In section C, I click add because now I want to add whatever it is that I am selling to this person. I go ahead and select the good or service name. And for example, I simply want to issue a service, an invoice for a service. I click the service, click OK. Now, as you can see, ideally, the service under my product code, I saved it using the USD. But now because this transaction is being raised in Uganda shillings, the converter changes the dollar to the shilling and it is captured there. When I am done, if I want to add anything else, I will click add item and add another item. If I want to give a discount, I will click the item and either modify it or discount it. In this case, I want to give a discount. I want to give a 3% discount. 3% discount is me reducing it by the price, that total price, by 55,000. The discount has been included right there. It is a cash. I capture the cash that has been given to me. I click add to include that detail there. And all these other details are auto-populated for me. Because I'm sure of this invoice that I have generated, I will click generate invoice. Are you sure you want to generate an invoice? I will say yes. And I can see this invoice right here. And that is how we generate the invoices using the solution. Now, the other thing we want to look at is the fiscal document inquiry. In the sub-menu of the receipts and invoices, click on fiscal document inquiry. Okay. I think we're back. Okay. Click on fiscal document inquiry. It takes you to the window where you can include any parameter here. You could have the actual fiscal document number that you want to look at. You can select the document type. Is it an invoice, receipt, or credit note that you want to look at? The document category is there. Name it. You could just also put the date. It is up to you. Put the parameter you want to use and click search. So it gives you the details of all the invoices and receipts that you have issued in your business account right there. You can export them. When you click the export button, you'll be able to download these details. But if you want to view a particular document, just click that document, click view, and it will regenerate the details of that document for you, and you're able to take a look at them again. That is how fiscal document inquiry works. Now, if I take us back to our dashboard, as we saw earlier on, because now we have generated some invoices in our business transaction, we're able to see all these details in our dashboard, using our dashboard just right here. I want to look at daily, so I will unselect all these other options. And for my daily, the statistics type I have selected is receipts/invoices issued. In the IGNAT segment, it shows me that at this point in time, I have issued 2 receipts. The outer segment shows me that the value of the receipts I have issued in Uganda shillings is worth 7,648,748 and 23 Uganda shillings. That's the value. If I want to look at the tax statistics, it is going to show me as well that this is the tax that has been charged on the business transaction. So it is there. It absolutely shows you that that is the tax that has been charged to your business transactions. So as you keep monitoring your tax statistics summary, it helps you plan your cash flows because it is showing you that you're expected to pay this much tax at a given period. So you can plan your cash flows around, the summaries that you're getting. You can use that option as well. So at this point in time, I'm going to ask some of my counterparts in the room, one of them, to please share their screen with us so we can see them generate a document, a fiscal document for us, an invoice or receipt. And we can move on to the credit note and debit note process after that. Who would like to share with us their screen? Is there anyone who would like to share with us their screen, please? Okay, let's set up the screen share from someone here and we'll get back to you. Okay. You can set up for him. Yeah.
So who's going to do the voiceover? Is there a mic here? No, there is.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Scholastic and guiding you on how to create an invoice using EFRIS. So we go to fiscal document management, and then we go to issue. It's loading. And then we have to enter the operator info, and I'm going to put my name. Then we put the seller's reference number. I'll just put any number, but it can be an ID as we were told by Martha. And then we come to the buyer's details, which gives us options of whether it's a business or a consumer or a foreigner. In this case, I'm going to go for a business. And then, is the buyer a non-resident? I'm going to say no, meaning that the buyer is a resident. And then when I come to the TIN section, I'll come to the frequent contacts, just in case I don't have all the TIN numbers in my head. I'll come to the frequent contacts that I created, and then I'll choose one of them. I'm going to choose Peacock Paints, and then I click OK. The information populates all the details of the buyer that they populate into all these boxes. And then I say next, which takes me to section C, where I have to add the goods or the services details that I'm going to offer to this client. And then I come to add. So when I click add, it loads. It brings me to this tab. So I'll come right here where we have goods or service code. Now I'm dealing in chocolate products, so I remember the code for one of my products. So when I input it, still it populates, and my good name is Dairyland. It gives me the commodity category, the unit of measure, which is in boxes, and then it also gives me the unit price. Then I come to the quantity. I put how many boxes that I want to sell, maybe 5, which will cost me 600,000 shillings, which is VAT inclusive. So I can click on these arrows to see more details of the amount before tax and the amount before VAT, then the VAT amount and the gross amount. Now, I go ahead and say save. In case I want to add another item, I'll go to add, but in my case, I'm going to invoice only one product, so I say save. When I save, my product is, I want to give a discount, I'll just discount, and here you can put the percentage of the discount that you want to give, or you can just come straight to discount amount and you put the amount there yourself. So I'm going to give a 5% discount, which will be
5% of the 600,000, which is 30,000. And then I'll say save. As you can see, it populates here and it shows that I've given this client, I'm going to give this client a discount of 30,000. Here I can put a remark, maybe explaining why I've given this person a discount. And then here I come and it gives me options of the payment mode. We have credit, cash, check, demand draft, mobile money, MasterCard, EFT, or point of sale. So I'm going to go for cash. So I click cash. So here, this total amount paid and payable amount is not showing because I haven't yet clicked add. So here, when I click the add button, it shows me this information. So after that, I'll come here and preview my invoice first, which will show me the details of how my invoice is going to look like, but it is not showing the issue date and the time because I haven't yet generated this invoice. It's just a preview. So I can close this preview and then I come here and I say generate invoice. Are you sure you want to generate invoice? I say okay. And as we can see, it has now included the date and the time and the details of my transaction. I think that's it. Thank you too.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you too.
Wow, thank you very much, Scholastic, for that good demonstration. I can
You're
see
welcome.
learning has taken place. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Oh. In Zoom, eh?
Okay, what we want to look at, what I'm going to request the people in the room is to go ahead and raise transactions, let them share their teams among themselves, and generate invoices for the dummy accounts that they're using. The people in the room with me, kindly please share the dummy teams you're using for your transactions, and please raise an invoice for each other. You can look at the items that you're selling and see, because we're going to use them to guide us on the stocking in, given that someone has included, has sold to you your stock on using the solution. So please exchange these details and transact with each other, and we will get back to you and sharing with you as soon as they complete this process, which I think ideally should take us not more than 10 minutes. So for now, we're going to ask Uma to give us something to look at in the 10 minutes that we're transacting among each other. For those of you who are on Zoom but you're following the practical session, kindly please share with us your teams in the chat, and we can also trade with you, so we can include you in the next session after the next 10 minutes. 10 minutes. And Hi and welcome back. The in-house transactions have happened. We're waiting for people to, as they're trying out the different scenarios and configuring the goods to themselves. I would like to pick out a few of the questions that have come on our chat, and we can answer some of them as this process is happening. One of the questions is, do I need to get any other device to allow me invoice electronically? If so, from where do I buy from? As we mentioned earlier on, there are 4 options to use when you're electronically invoicing. The first one is the system to system, where a business connects their business invoicing system to your EFRIS server using what we call an application programming interface, commonly known as the API. The second option is using the e-invoicing link that is on the URA portal. The third option is to download the client application onto your desktop or mobile device, whatever you are using in your business. And the fourth option is the USSD shortcode for the non-smart devices. However, in the moment, the system-to-system option is the developments are happening between our IT department and the various businesses that have selected it. So it is happening and the development is taking place for the particular businesses. What most of us are mainly using is the e-invoicing link on the URA portal. For those of you who are also asking where you can find this link, it is at www.ura.go.ug. Click the e-invoicing link and it opens up into the new window where you log in with your TIN and password and follow the prompts for your one-time password, then you log in. You cannot register without logging in. So once you log in, on the left-hand side, look for the registration menu, click it, click first-time application, and then register to start the electronic invoicing. The next question is from Johnny Simon. Is stock in management eligible for service industry? No, you do not stock in when you're in the service industry. What you will do is configure your good or service by adding it. Then you will tell us that this is the code for my service, this is the service I offer. You will choose the package measure unit. It could be per hour, weekly, percentage completion. It is up to you. Put the unit price, and that is it, but you don't stock in for the service industry. So the stocking in is for the product side. Another question we can look at is, what happens where I sell the same product in different currencies according to the customer currency choice? How do I handle it? As we saw earlier on when I was raising the invoice, I selected various products with various currencies and I included all of them there. And the converter, the inbuilt converter, did its work and changed them to the currency that I selected. Please note that when you're starting to generate your invoice, the first thing it asks you after you select whether either the headquarter or branch name is you have to select the currency in which you're raising this document. That will be the currency it converts to, the system converts to for any other thing that is included on that document, which is not in that currency. For example, if I select that my document shall be in Uganda shillings, if I add items that I probably coded under USD, Euro, or the pound, the converter will automatically change this to the Uganda shilling. So you can add all those, we cater for them, but there's an inbuilt converter. Someone also asked about the rate that is used. It is the same rate we use for all our other URA activities, and it is the rate provided by the central bank. Shall the information be availed to you on your emails? Yes, it shall be availed to you. It will be sent by the UMA team. The next question is from Patel. Do we have to just insert stock that we have now as on date or provide supplier details? As I had showed you when we were stocking in, for those of you who have so many items to stock in, you don't need to go through the individual add product and configuration process. Just find the button that says batch import, click it, you will be taken to another window where you download a template. When you download this template, it's an Excel file. Please enable editing and enable the markers as well. Include all the details of all the stock that you have. Save that document. Some of the things that you have to put a commodity code, you have to put the price, the package measure, you select whether it has excise duty on it. All those details are included in that Excel sheet, so you can put up to 1,000 items. When you're done with that, save it somewhere on your laptop or machine that you're using, because you're going to come to that same window for batch import and import that Excel sheet, and it will include all the stock under your stock details. So you don't have to do it individually. An option has been created for you, which is a batch import option. The next question is, when stocking in product, they ask for purchase price. Are we supposed to put purchase price of goods same price as sale price? Because we deal in manufacturing and we receive our raw materials from abroad. The purchase price and the sale price are different. The sale price is what you're selling at. The purchase price is what you bought your stock at. For example, if I bought my stock from Scholastic, the price she's selling to me at will be my purchase price. For her, it's a sale price. For me, it is my purchase price. For example, if she sells to me chocolate at 90,000 per box, that is her sale price. Me, that 90,000 is now my purchase price, because in my stock, I am saying I bought these chocolates from Scholastic at 90,000. So purchase price is what you bought at, sale price is what you're selling at. Hello, may you please guide also on taxation for cloud kitchens, that is kitchens with no physical parent? Are they also required to pay VAT and adopt this system too? If you are VAT registered, it is mandatory for you to use this system to issue e-receipts and e-invoices. I'm not sure if I've understood this question, but I'm going to assume it ties into the question yesterday where we were asked that people are trading, but they don't have physical places of business, but they're VAT registered and they don't even get the stock in their inventory. They just buy from someone and transfer it to someone else. Because you are the one issuing the invoice, even when you get these stock details, you need to first stock them into your company, then sell them. You don't necessarily have to have them in your inventory. Just stock in whatever person from whoever has sold to you, whether it's a local purchase or import, stock it in, then sell it out. You can't sell something, or you cannot issue an e-invoice or receipt for something you do not have in your stock account. If that's not the exact question you asked, you can always write back to us. We will get back to you. Take us through the e-invoice to a cash customer. Regardless of what your client is paying, we have seen that under payment details, you have cash, check, mobile money, whatever it is the same process, whether it's cash or what. Under that section D, which is payment details, simply select the option the person is going to use and carry on with generation of the document. For those of you who are asking, how about working clients who just come without a TIN? Please know that as long as you are a VAT registered person, regardless of whether your client has a TIN or not, you are mandated to issue an e-receipt or e-invoice. Carry on with the transaction because you are supposed to sell to that person with the VAT included, regardless whether they give you your details or not. But please note that if it is a business-to-business transaction, business to diplomat, business to foreigner, you are supposed to capture the unique identifier. How do I do if I had inventory and prior to the implementation of e-invoice? Please stock it in. Please stock it in. You can stock it in as an individual, or you can use the batch import option that has been availed to you, which we've explained earlier on. The next question, which ties into so many other questions that people have asked, is do I need a URA IT person to help in setting up the system on my side? What our IT team is doing is guiding your IT team or whoever you have selected to do the API development on your side, to understand the different specifications and the tests that need to be done before they do their work. So our IT team is simply there to guide the people who will be developing these APIs for you, but the URA IT team is not developing APIs for the businesses. However, for those who are also asking for the offline option, as we showed you yesterday, under downloadable forms on the links, you can download the offline software and install it so you can work when you don't have internet connection. Now, invoices on credit and part payment and part check. Let me remind you that a sale in Uganda is recognized as the earlier of three things. I think there is payment, delivery, and supply, the earlier of those. So if you don't belong to those people who have permission from the Commissioner General to use cash accounting, every time you make a sale, regardless of whether someone pays you in part or anything, that sale has been recognized because either delivery has happened, payment has happened, or supply has happened. And it is recognized as a sale, and we expect you to remit the VAT charged on that transaction. You can still capture that. For people who are using cash accrual accounting, they have permission from the Commissioner General, and they can also go ahead and use this solution to generate their invoices. How do we deal with services which do not have specific prices or rates but dependent on negotiations? Whether it's a service or product, you can put the price that you're selling at, even if it's different prices. That particular field for the price is no longer locked to what you coded in. Simply put the price that you're selling at, and that's it, it will be captured. Okay. Let's see if we have any other questions. I think we have, okay. Are you ready? Joel, Scholastic, are we ready? Do we need 5 more minutes? We are ready, because we're going to switch to, yes. Okay, I think let me pick 2 more questions and then we can switch back to that practical session. Alexander Buga, the question you have asked, I think, is what I have just responded to. The question is, once I generate and issue an e-invoice in July, but the client pays in November, do I have to fill and pay the related VAT in July when the invoice was issued, or in November when I receive payment? If you do not have permission from the Commissioner General to use cash accounting, as soon as you generate this e-invoice in July, the tax is due. This is because a sale is recognized as the earlier of payment, delivery, or supply. So unless you have permission to use cash accounting, you are supposed to account for this in July. Esther, could you please clarify more on the issue of manufacturers? Because as manufacturers, we import a number of raw materials, which are in turn used to produce one single item. How do you handle stock taking in this case? As we explained earlier on, stock adjustment caters for all these details where you have received stock, but you have to take it out. You have to take it out because it's a raw material. Go and adjust for the stock for now. Put your reason, already you've selected the reason as raw materials, and it will be adjusted in your account. When you're done with this, you're going to have to stock in the processed item, the final item, again. Now, what is happening is that we are developing, as URA, we are developing another tab within the stock management for people like the manufacturers. This tab will be able to guide you to show that entire process without having to go through the stocking of raw materials. So kindly please be patient as this is being developed. It should be deployed very, very soon, and it should make this a lot easier for you as the manufacturers. Please clarify on the service industry. Service industry, you still have to configure the service that you're selling, but you do not stock in. Is it possible to integrate our SAP software with the URA server? Yes, it's possible using the API. Do you have to input their details one by one? And what about those customers who do not have team numbers? You can use the frequent contacts button. Just simply add their details, they're auto-populated, and you don't have to constantly look for them. You can just click frequent contacts, select the person you want to sell to, and carry the transaction. Senyanjo Christopher says, don't you think online lessons are limited to some taxpayers and some networks seem to be off and on? We have various options that we're using to share training with the people. We have the physical classes that are taking place at Hotel Africana and Makerere University, but because we have to stick to the Ministry of Health guidelines, we are limited to the number that we can invite to these physical places. We are offering online sessions. We have focus groups. So it is so many ways that we're trying to reach our clients, as well as we're asking for those who have got the training to assist as many as they can. Okay, I think we will pick this up after. Solution if I have salespersons going out to the field to make sales. As we mentioned earlier, you can create a sub account for these people, which they can access because you can access the solution on your mobile device. So these people can access their sub accounts on their mobile devices and they can issue these invoices while they are in the field. Part payments, credits, we've already answered that. Okay, I think we can move on to the next section. Now that we have finished trading among ourselves, we are going to select one of us. I don't know who wants to share their screen so we can start from there. Scholastic, Joel. Let's set up for screen share from one of us. Okay, let us set up for screen share from one of us as I will do the voiceover, but we want to show you what they're doing in their dummy accounts. Okay, just give us a minute to set that up. Okay, the next step that we're going to look at, we are going to have Scholastic share her screen with us again. I think you're already seeing that. What she is going to do is, now that we have sold and traded to each other the various things that we're working on, we're going to show you how you can do the stock inquiry and see the stock that you have from someone who has sold to you using the solution. And she's also going to show us how to stock in from that side of it. So over to you, Scholastic.
Hello once again, Scholastic here. So Martha sold to me. I'm going to go to stock management, and then I go to stock in management. And then to see that the sale that she has made to me, I'll go to receipts or invoice number. And then when I press this cursor, the one that goes below, I'll find different invoice numbers, meaning that different people have sold to me, but I'm going to go specifically for what she has sold to me. So when I click on the invoice number, the information populates, and it shows that she has sold to me 15 boxes of Dairyland chocolate, and the purchase price, this is the price that I've purchased at, is 96,000 per box, giving us a total amount of 1,440,000. Now I want to add these goods to my stock. So I'm going to select or highlight the whole row, and then I'll go to add goods to stock just above here. And then I remember my product code. So I click select. After clicking select, I'll put my product code and search. That's in case I have many products, but right now I have a few products, so I can easily source out what I really want, which is Dairyland with the product code of DL002. So when I select it, I say confirm, and then it brings me to this tab where, I select it, I say confirm. So it shows me that Martha sold to me the Dairyland, 15 boxes. The package measure unit is box, and then the purchase price is 96,000, totaling to 1.4 million. So in case of any remarks, I put them here, but in case I don't have any, I can leave it blank. And then I say, okay. Then I submit. So as you can see, it is telling me that the required fields should not be empty. So we should always make sure that all the fields are filled in. So I have the main branch, which is Mr. Kedi Amos. So I'm going to put these products in the main branch. And then after that, I'll say submit. Are you sure you want to submit? I'll say okay, and then it will say successfully submitted. So we can see it is the first on the list. It is displaying what I've purchased, which is 15 boxes of chocolate. It is showing the amount, the operation date, the supplier name, the TIN number, and it is showing where it went, which is to the headquarter. Yeah, and then these goods are already in my stock now. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much, Scholastic. So I think we now appreciate the system better. So that was just to show you that the moment a transaction has been captured in the solution, the details are automatically sent to the buyer's account, and the buyer does not have to go through the individual stocking process. They can just go the receipt, it auto-populates the details, and you add your stock right from there. That is what Scholastic just showed us. So if it had been, for example, let me share my screen with you. Can you see my screen? Because we are seeing hers. So if we go back to me sharing my screen with you, once you go to stocking and you click on the receipts and invoice number, it shows you all the available receipts there. Now, only one part, if I click the receipt number, it gives me the details. I want to stock in, for example, for my branch. It shows you that the supplier, that was a supplier tin under section B, Broadcasting Corporation, and it shows me that. Now, let's try and add these goods to our stock. So I'm going to highlight that particular item, and I click Add Goods to Stock. Okay, it's showing me that these are the details, but I need to put my product code before I carry on. So let me select a code from here. Let me see if I select Dairyland chocolates, if it will confirm. Now, this is what I wanted to show you. It says the unit of the selected product does not match the unit on the invoice. Please reselect the product with the same unit. So for you to be able to stock in from this very point, the details of what you're stocking in must be the same with what you already configured in your business. So in my case, because the things that are on this invoice here that I received, which is a good or service name, and that, because I did not configure it as part of what I am dealing in, I cannot stock in from here. I would have to first go through to the process where I do a goods or stock configuration, add a product, then I will be able to add this stock to my account. The other recommendation I would give you from there is that since you already know the people you buy from, you're going to stock in from, you know the things you bring in, it will be easier for you if you maintain your product using the package measure unit in which you buy it. What do I mean? Like in my case, I am selling beer and an accounting service. I'll concentrate on the beer right now. And I know I buy my beer from Joel, and Joel is only a wholesaler. When I am configuring my product, it will be easier for me to just configure my product as crates because that is what the person I'm buying from is doing. Then I go to piece measure unit to show that I can actually also sell in pieces. When I come to this part here, once I click add stock, add goods to stock, it's easier that way and it is seamless rather than me going back to configure everything else again. And that is what we meant that when you're selling to each other or when you start receiving these details from someone using the solution, all this information will be automatically found in your account. I think we've demonstrated that clearly. What we need to do is, I'm going to ask, next we're going to look at the credit notes and the debit notes, but maybe I can take you through right now just to give you, guide you a little bit on how this is done. Then we will ask Joel to please share his screen with us, and then he can do it for us. Okay. Under fiscal document management, if you want to issue a credit note, please remember that as the seller, I'm the one issuing a credit note. I come to request credit note and I click request credit note. Now, I can go ahead and choose any of these parameters, and then I'll click search. So I would use today's date as a parameter for me. I click search. Wow, interesting. I don't have anything to issue to. When I click search, I click add. I click search again, and then it shows me all the invoices I have generated. Are we there? Okay. Now, I am going to select any of these people whom I want to issue the credit note to. So for example, I can select that I want to issue a credit note to Mr. Kedi Amos. I highlight him by selecting his details, then I click apply. When you click apply, it takes you to the credit note window. Now, as you can see, some details are already populated for you, okay? We see section A, seller's information is the same. I can put the seller's reference number. Section B has the buyer's details, they're there. Section C has the goods or service details that we want to apply this credit note to. Now, as you see there, it shows me that in this document, I was selling Dairyland chocolate to Mr. Kedi. It shows you the unit of measure and the unit price and the quantity I sold, which was 10. The total value is right there and all that. What you want to do is highlight that product. As you realize, at the moment you highlight that product by clicking on it, then the modify and delete options are now available to you. Click modify, which will open the modify window. And now we can modify this transaction. So I had the original amount I had sold to Mr. Kedi was 10 boxes. Probably Mr. Kedi is returning one, it's damaged or whatever amount they are returning or whatever it is. We're going to look at the reasons in the next step. So I reduce this from 10 to 9. You see the total amount is also reducing. Or I could reduce it for 2. So from 10 minus 2 is 8. That is why you see the 8 is what has remained. When I am done with whatever it is I am adjusting, whatever quantity it is, I simply click save and it will be successfully saved. So now we see that the new details here show that we are invoicing for Dairyland chocolate, a box. Sorry, the unit measure is box. The unit price is 95,000 for only 8 items. So we're changing this invoice to show that we're only invoicing for 8 items. I'll put my remark or whatever it is, then I'll click next. In this window where it is next, all those details are still the same. The cash is there. The mode of payment, sorry, which is section D, payment details are there. If the mode has changed or if anything has changed, I will adjust for that. What I want us to look at is section E, which is the reasons. What are the reasons as to why you're raising this credit note? Some of the possible reasons that we thought could work include return of products due to expiry or damage. So probably she has returned the 2 products and the chocolate was broken into pieces or whatever it is. If I had selected to delete, I will simply say cancellation of the purchase. If the invoice amount was wrongly stated due to miscalculation of price, tax, or discounts, you can also adjust for that. Partial or complete waive off of the product sale after the invoice is generated and sent to the customer. You can also adjust for that, or you can click any other and you please specify what it is. The moment you do that, you can still go ahead. All these other details are changed to cater for what the adjustment that you have made. So you can see that Under section F, the tax details, the tax category is standard because the tax rate is 18%. The net amount is that, the tax amount is that, and the gross amount is that. Now it has reduced because, remember, we selected that she has returned two boxes of chocolate damaged. The remarks I'm putting are two boxes of chocolate damaged in transit. And she has chosen to return them. What I'm going to do here is preview. Now, when I preview this credit note, the label automatically is saying it's a credit note. Section A has the seller's details. Section B has the URA information. But please remember, because you're previewing, the issue date, timestamp, credit note number, verification code shall not be available unless when you're generating the actual document. The buyer's details are there. The goods and service details are there. And it now shows you that this credit note is representing only the 8 boxes because she has returned 2. If it is good to go, please click submit and confirm that you want to submit, and the task has been submitted successfully. Now, in the request credit note window, it is showing you that, yes, there's a credit note that has been generated there. That is the reference number, that's the fiscal document number. The application status is pending. Why is the application status pending? When you raise a credit note, it's not an automatic adjustment in the solution. What it has done is send a task to the buyer telling them to either approve or reject this credit note. Yes, that's what it has done. It has now sent a task to Mr. Keddy to tell them that I have raised a credit note against the transaction that I had already, against an invoice that I had already generated for them. And now Mr. Keddy has to go into their account and then they either approve or reject this credit note. So we're going to switch back to the screen of whoever is trading as Mr. Keddy, and then we can show you this process.
Okay, so I'm home now, and in the pending task list, where we have all, we have like a message. So when I click it, there is under credit note, you see that we have a task and I've opened the credit note. So I'm going to go to search. And as you can see, we have a credit note from Jankore Sub-County. So I click it. The moment I highlight it, we can see that above here we have a handle. So when I click handle, it takes me to this window. So we can see all the details of the credit note on this window. You scroll down and yeah, everything is here.
So you just know. Okay, thank you, Scholastic. So she has showed us that because she's the person I sold to, the moment I raised the credit note as Jankoro, it sent these details to her account. Under her pending task list, it showed you that she had a task to handle, which was credit notes under the credit note category. She clicked credit note category, highlighted the task, and clicked handle, which has brought us to this window. Section A shows you the seller's information as usual. Section B is showing us the original invoice or receipt. If we click view under section B, it shows us the original invoice. Scroll down, and we can see in section D, which is goods and services details, that the original invoice had 10 boxes of chocolate, of Dairyland chocolate, and the unit price was 96,000 with a total price of 960,000. So we can close that. Now, section C is the credit note detail. Here, we can automatically see that in section B, the gross amount was 950,400, and in section C, the new amount is 760,320. So click view. When you view, is it in her frame? When you view, it is now showing you the details of the credit note. It shows you that now the boxes of chocolate are 8 and not 10 as they were originally. It's showing you the new details of the credit note, so you can study them and ascertain that this is it. Then when you're done studying them, close that out. Go down, scroll down, please. Section D, the reasons are clearly there. The reason as to why I, the seller, have raised this credit note is because it is return of products due to expiry or damage. And the remark is that 2 boxes of chocolate got damaged in transit. So she returned those 2 documents. Sorry, those 2 boxes of chocolate. Now, at this point in time, she can approve this credit note, she can reject it, or she can go to credit note list and see what is there. It is up to the buyer, but please remember, I as the seller who raised this credit note, in my account, it's still showing pending. The status is pending because the buyer has not yet done anything. So please approve that credit note. No, it's not a must. The buyer can go ahead and do whatever they want. So please approve that credit note for us. Click approve. There's something missing. Please put your remarks. As a buyer, please put your remarks. Okay, confirm that you want to submit it. Successfully submitted. Okay, so in your account, you can still go ahead and see this document. Fiscal document inquiry. No, fiscal document inquiry. Search. Okay, you can see all the fiscal documents to your account are there. And right at the top there is the credit note. Okay, so you can highlight that credit note and view it. So that's your full credit note right there. Okay, so you can close that. Thank you very much, Scholastic. So I think you can stop sharing. Okay, so we will go back and share our screen that we're working in. If I go back to credit notes, my credit note window, what I want to show you is that the credit note that earlier on was showing that the application status is pending. Now, because the buyer, who is also still a taxpayer, has approved this credit note, the application status has changed to approved. So for credit notes, the moment a seller raises a credit note, no adjustment shall be made in the solution unless the person you're raising this credit note for either approves it, rejects it, and then the adjustment is made. So it is still between you and your buyer. It's just that given the income and tax implications on either side of the credit notes, that's why an approval is needed or a rejection. And it will only show approved or rejected once the person the task has gone to has comfortably handled it. We can go ahead and still cancel this credit note. Okay, so under the credit note submenu, simply click cancel. It gives you the details there. You can apply a filter, any filter that you want, and you click search. But because I know I don't have so many credit notes, I don't need to apply a filter. I can just click search and it brings this credit note here that I had already issued and that the person had actually approved. For me to be able to cancel this credit note, I simply highlight it. And the moment I highlight it, you can see that the apply option is now available to you. So click apply. And the details, some of the details are automatically approved. For example, in section A of the credit note number is there, the gross amount is there, the issue date and time is there. You can go ahead and view it if you so wish to view it. It is available to you. You can view it. Now I need to put a cancellation reason. Either there was credit note information error, or the buyer asked for a new credit note, or any other reason. Select the reason that applies to you. For example, credit note information error. Now, in section C, when you're moving to section C, which is supporting document, please note that some of them require supporting documents. Some actions require supporting documents, other actions do not require supporting documents. In my case, it shows that the supporting documents I could attach in this case are the ID card or the original invoice, and shows me the file type on which I can, of which I can upload. But is it required? No, it's not required. It is clearly showing you that no, it is not required. If it is required, we will see, going ahead, we're going to see a case where it is required. You cannot move to the next step unless you have attached the required document. So go ahead and attach a required document. And how you attach is that you click the document you want to attach. It highlights it. You click the upload button. Okay, I think we have got a network issue. Apologies for that. We will get right back once we sort our network issues. Sorry. Yeah, it only, yeah. Because I have rejected it, that automatic adjustment has not happened. Okay? So the solution for a credit note, the moment someone rejects it, it stays as normal. No more business, no more operations. When someone approves it, then the adjustment happens on your side, on my side. That is how the credit notes work. Right now, let's take a lunch break. We're going to do a 45-minute lunch break. After 45 minutes, we will get back. We will conclude with the debit notes, look at reporting, have, I think, a 5 to 10 minute Q&A session, and we will be done. Okay? So we will get back at, could you do exactly 2? Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from our lunch break. To lunch, we covered the credit note, requesting for a credit note and cancellation of a credit note. What we want to do right now is look at the debit notes. What we want to do right now is look at the debit notes, and under fiscal document management, let's go to the debit note submenu. The process is the same, so you simply request for a debit note, click request debit note, put any parameter you want to use, and then click search. Okay, there's none there. So this would bring ideally the debit notes that you have issued and all that. But because we've not issued any, what we want to do is go to click add and then search. Now, this shows us that we have already raised these particular invoices to our different clients. Like what we're looking at here in this window, the invoices raised so far in this account go to Mr. Kedi Amos, Kasilo Town Council, Uganda Broadcasting, Ndera Trip Limited, and Busamuzi Sub-County. Now, I'm going to click on any of these invoices to which I want to apply the debit note. That's why we say that process is the same. It's just that in this case, we're applying a debit note to these invoices. So I will click on Mr. Kedi Amos, an invoice already raised. Then the moment I highlight it by clicking it, I click the apply button. Now, remember when you're raising a credit note, it was not mandatory for you to put an operator. In this case, it is mandatory for you to put an operator. So I am going to put my name or whoever is raising this credit note, and I will put whatever reference I have. So that is for section A, the seller's information. Section B has the buyer's details. I can see, you know, their legal name, their team, their business name, their contact, everything. What we want to move to is section C, which is the goods or services details. Under section C, we can see that that invoice relates to the transaction of Dairy Land chocolate. The unit of measure was a box. The price was 96,000. The quantity was 1 box. And the tax rate was 18%. And the tax rate of that was 14,644 and 06. So what I want to do now is highlight the item. And the moment I highlight the item, the options above now become functional. We have modify and discount. So at this point in time, I probably want to give Mr. Kedi a further discount, but I had already raised, a discount, but I had already raised this invoice probably without a discount. So now I want to give this person a discount. The moment I highlight that transaction, I will either discount it or I will modify it. Let's click modify so we can see what you can modify for. Now, under modify, we can see the good or service name. You can't change it. You can't change the code. You can't change the commodity category, but you can probably change the unit of measure if you had any other units. Currently, the only unit of measure I have is a box, so I can't modify that. Probably, you know, if I wanted to modify, if I had other units of measures, it could probably be a piece, which I would select. I could modify for the unit price, or I could modify the quantity. You can modify any detail here that is not blocked off. Now, what I want to do here is modify the quantity. So if I modified the quantity to say 3 boxes instead of the 1, when I click save, that information is automatically showed here, as we can see. If I highlight that same transaction again, I could discount, okay? I could offer a discount of say 20,000 and save it still. So I have modified the quantity as well as included a discount. I will put any remarks I have to put, and then I click next. Now, in the next window, we need to include for the fact that either they've paid. If they have paid, I will just go ahead and click that, and the details are automatically there. If they haven't paid, you can just, go ahead with the invoice generation. Because remember, the fact that we have made a sale, either we have delivered, supply has happened, or payment has happened. If any of those three things has happened, that sale is recognized. So under section E, we go to the reasons as to why this debit note has been generated. Now, some of the reasons we thought about include increase in the amount payable or invoice value due to extra products delivered or products delivered charged at an incorrect value. This is why you could modify for the price, the quantity, and all those details. In our case, remember, we have increased the original invoice had 1 box, but we've now increased it to 3 boxes by adding the 2. So this is the correct reason, increase in the amount payable or invoice value due to extra product. But not only did we do that, we also added a discount. So in the remarks, I could say discount also given. Okay, so I have put my remarks there. Am I required to have to attach a supporting document to this? When I look at my list here, everything is no. I could attach the original invoice, I could attach an ID card, but it's not a requirement. If it were a requirement, it would strictly have a yes. So at this point, I can preview. And the debit note I want to generate is actually there. You see? I am previewing that, and it is showing me all those details. The seller's details are there, the URA information is there. As usual, time, date, debit note number, and verification code are only included after when you're generating the actual document, not before. In the preview, they are not there. The issue reason is there, increase in the amount payable or invoice value due to extra products delivered or products delivered charged at an incorrect value. That's why we were able to modify the price in this situation. The tax details are also there. The summary details are there. And if I am sure this is correct, I close that out and I click submit. Of course, I have to confirm whether I want to submit or not. And right here is our debit note. So right there is our debit note. When this is done, in the request debit note window, it will automatically show us that we've already generated a debit note in our account. So I click home just to go back to my home page. Now, the person trading as Mr. Keddy, have you received the task? Refresh your account, click on the URL logo. Under tasks. Okay. So if you go to your fiscal document inquiry, you'll still be able to see that all these documents that you have generated in your account are right there. Topmost is the debit note we have generated for Mr. Keddy Amos. When you click that debit note, you can view it. And we see it there once again. When you go to your fiscal document inquiry, do you see it under your fiscal document? No? Okay, let's check your fiscal document inquiry. you'll be able to see it there. Now, what we want to do is look at the process of canceling a debit note. When you want to cancel a debit note, it still is the same process. You go to the debit note submenu and you click cancel. When you do that, you add. And when you click add, it gives you a list of all the debit notes that you have actually issued out. What you want to do is highlight the one you want to handle and click apply. When you click apply, it opens up that window and we can see that section A is the debit note. So you can view the debit note right there. And it shows us that that is the debit note that we issued Mr. Keddy. Section B is cancellation reasons. We have to include the reasons as to why we are canceling this debit note that we had actually raised earlier on. One of the issues could be debit note information error. There was an error we made, probably instead of, like, I think on my debit note, I included 2 other boxes of chocolate. So probably I was supposed to include 3 and I missed out 1. Information error, or I changed the price and I wasn't supposed to, or something like that. Or the buyer has asked for a new debit note. Probably Mr. Amos has come back and told me, no, I want a new debit note. Or any other reason that you deem possible as to why you're canceling this debit note. Now, the next part that you want to look at is section C, which is supporting document. In the other parts that we have looked at, section C, supporting document, has actually been telling us, no, attachment is not required. In this case, it's telling you for you to cancel a debit note, you must attach the document, because under is it required, it tells us yes and yes. So I must attach the original invoice, meaning in this case here, if I view this original, sorry, this is the debit note, I can go back and download in my account, I can go back and download the original invoice and I save it on the desktop, as well as have my ID on my desktop, such that I am able to fill in this part. So in this case, I'm going to assume I have downloaded the original invoice. I simply click the document I want to upload, which is original invoice. I click the upload button and I go look for it. So I am going to include any document as long as it is in a format that is acceptable. Okay. Let's look for a document here that we can upload. Okay, probably that. The moment you put an acceptable format, a file format, the document that you have uploaded shows just right there. So in my case, it shows I have uploaded a doc file type document. And when I am done, I will simply click the upload button. And right here, it has been successful and the quantity has changed from 0 to 1. It's the same process I'm going to go through to include my ID card. So I click the ID card, I click upload, I click select to look for the depository where any of these documents is. I click the document I need. It's highlighted right there. I click upload. If it is successful, it changes the quantity. The file type could be a picture, a doc, a PDF, text, name it, whatever it is, a document template, whatever it is. Look at the file type for you to know what document you are actually able to upload. When you're done here, okay, the reason I want to click is a debit note information error. Probably there was an error in the information. What you want to do now is submit when you're done and you confirm that you are sure of this. Mr. Amos, kindly please check. Under tasks. Is there a task? Okay, perfect. Right now, what we're going to do is switch screen to the person who is trading as Mr. Keddy, such that they can show us what activities or tasks they have in their account. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, Scholastic here once again. So Martha sent me a debit note. So I'll come to the pending task list, and I open up, and I have cancellation of debit note. So I'll click on it to see what's happening. So cancellation of debit note pending. So I'll search, and then here it is. It's showing me the reference number, the debit note number, the seller's TIN, the name, the status, and the gross amount, and the application date. So I'll click on this debit note, and then I'll say handle. This page pops up. So I look at the details, and it's showing me the debit note number. Then it's showing me the gross amount, the issued date and time, the reasons for cancellation. We have debit note information error, other reasons. There's an error in the information. So in the remarks, I'll say accepted. So here on view uploaded attachment, select a record. So the uploaded attachments, we have the original invoice and the ID card. So if I want to view one of them, I'll first highlight it, and then I say view uploaded attachment. So Martha had uploaded a random picture, so I won't go ahead to open it. But in this case, we would see the original invoice, and then if we click on the ID card, we would see the identity card or that would have been uploaded. So in this case, I can either approve, reject, or go back. So I'm going to approve. Are you sure I want to submit? I'll say, okay. Successfully submitted. So I can come back here to the fiscal document inquiry. I search, and there we are. No, sorry. This is what I issued out. Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Scholastic. So we can see that we are able to carry on this process. Now, please note that these are the kinds of tasks that will be happening between the buyer and the seller, because this is ideally your business, but it affects the information in your account. So one of you has to approve or reject, given the fact that it has tax implications to it and income implications to it. It is not just that I raise myself, as a seller, I raise a credit note and I approve it myself. No, the buyer is involved in this process and you need to get their approval. One of the questions that comes up most is, how many credit notes or debit notes can I raise for a particular invoice? You can only do it once. So you can only do it once. You can only do it once. So we need to be careful with this. You can only do it once. Okay. Now, we have looked at registration, fiscal document management, stock management. We've created our sub accounts. What we want to now look at now are the reports. Yes. If you want to look at your daily transactions, first of all, let's move through these reports. What you're seeing under sales reports, the Z reports. Z reports daily is a 24-hour summary of the transactions that have occurred in those 24 hours. So if you clicked Z reports daily right now, you'd not be able to get any information because since we started trading, 24 hours have not elapsed. So Z reports is locked to a particular period. If you want to see a transaction or have a transaction report, even before that periodic mark elapses, just click the View Daily Transactions. You can put a parameter here and search. So when you search, it shows you all the transactions that have happened. In our case, because we've been trading today, it's showing me all the transactions that have happened in my account today. I have the debit note, the credit note, the invoices. Okay? So please note, remember, when you raise a credit note, the buyer has to either approve it or reject it. Cancellation, you don't need their permission. We've seen that when we're raising a debit note, we go through the same process. However, if you're to cancel a debit note, the buyer has to either approve it or reject it for it to be showed in your documents here. Now, you can export a particular item, you click it, you view it, or you can export it, or you can export in its entirety. So you're able to export this report. When you click export, it will download for you the report, and then you can use it for whatever use you want to use it for. Still under reports, return filing reports. Now, under return filing reports, remember we've told you that in the future, URA is going to be pre-filling returns for you, your schedules, because now we have your information. So we can be able to pre-fill a document for you, send it to you, you peruse through that document, that return we have given you, and you either approve it or you reject it and state your reasons as to why you're rejecting it. But you still have to submit this return on your own, so that the click submit comes from you after you have been sure that the information there has all been captured and it is correct. In the interim, before that happens, what we are using are the return filing reports. So we have the VAT sales report or the VAT purchases report. Let's take a look at the VAT sales report. So you can put any of the parameters and search, or you can go direct to search. Now, we are looking at the VAT sales report. So if I look at this report just right now, it gives me all the details of the transactions I have carried out today. Like, for example, the first one right there shows I sold a product called Beer World. The amount exclusive of tax is right there. Excise duty is not included in this transaction because I did not provide for it. The total is right there. The VAT charged, it is right there. So if I export this report, if I click export, it downloads a report for me. So let me just find that report and then share it with you. Okay, so I believe we're all seeing this Excel sheet. This is the report I have. This is the VAT sales report that I have downloaded from my account. What I want to do is enable editing. And all the details are right there. What you're going to use this report for is you can now comfortably copy and paste these details into the correct schedule of your VAT return. You can copy and paste these details into the correct schedule of your VAT return without inputting them one by one as we are doing right now. That is the use of these VAT sales, the VAT return filing reports in the interim that pre-filled tax returns are not yet available. It is the same thing that you're going to do for your VAT purchases report. Simply export it. When the Excel sheet opens, you can copy and paste in the correct schedule of your return without individually inputting any of the transactions like you're doing right now. So it is saving you time and the errors that come with the individual input of these things. So I will just close that right there. Okay, so if I go back to my trading window, I take a look at the report still. I take a look at the VAT purchases report. My VAT purchases report is the same thing. The moment I click export, it's going to give me an Excel sheet, which is downloaded. I copy and paste those details into the correct schedule of my VAT return. It works the same way. The other reports we can look at are the validation history reports, report history, request for documents completed, approved credit notes. Like for example, if I click on the approved credit notes and I search, it shows me that the credit note from Uganda Broadcast was rejected. Okay, if it had been approved, it would also show you. So move through or peruse through the reports, and you can find as many reports as you want. You can download them, use them for any information, and in the moment, please don't forget that the VAT return filing reports are trying to make the interim process before the pre-filled returns come as simpler as it can get. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe at this point in time, we are done with the practical session. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. You've been amazing students. To our counterparts on Zoom who've worked this session with us, we hope it's been helpful. Don't forget that there are so many ways you can reach us. You can email us at kakasa@ura.go.ug. The numbers to call shall be shared with you. You can still send an email to services@ura.go.ug or call any of our toll-free lines. We will still get that information and get back to you. The trainings are going on and they are on invitation basis. An invitation, a formal invitation is sent to your registered email account, inviting you to send 2 people for training to walk through this practical session. Hand-holding our taxpayers is happening and we will support you. There is a full support team. Documents can be found at the URA portal. If I stop sharing this screen, I can show you where to go in the URA portal. Okay, so if I click screen share and I share the one that has the URA portal, first of all, for anyone who wants to get basic information about the Kakasa solutions, please go to the URA portal at www.ura.go.ug. On the right-hand side, under A to Z topics, click that link, A to Z topics, and it takes you, it opens into another tab where it's showing you the various tax topics. Under section D, look for digital tax stamps and e-invoicing, click it, and it takes you to a booklet which you can download, and it will give you more information about the 2 solutions. The 2 solutions that we are looking at currently are the digital tax stamps and the electronic fiscal receipting and invoicing solution. So the document is downloading right there. It's called the Kakasa booklet. Right there. This is a very simple document that gives you start information about the 2 solutions. No, it's introducing CACASA to you. It talks about the digital tax stamps. It talks about electronic invoicing, the key features of the solutions that include the track and trace capabilities, real-time exchange of production and transaction data, simplified bookkeeping to enhance business monitoring, quick access to information spanning years at the click of a button, comprehensive view of our businesses from the input to the output side. It gives the reasons as to why these initiatives have been introduced in Uganda, how you install them, how they work, and that is simple information about the solution. If you want more information about the electronic fiscal receipting and invoicing solution, at the URA portal, click on the e-invoicing link. Now this is the live environment. When you're at the URA portal, you are in the live environment. So anything you do here, once you log in with your TIN and password, will be actually captured on your account. Under download forms, when you click download forms, it takes you to that window where all the forms that you require are there. All the forms that you need are available to you. So you can see the API document is there, the offline mode enabler Windows installation guide is there, offline mode enabler requirements are there, how to use the system-to-system API is there, EFRIS taxpayers training manuals are actually there, so you can download these manuals and do some self-study. And all that you need, the goods category form is also available to us there. So I think I would like to take about 2 questions from people in the room, if there are any 2 questions. The people in the room, do we have any 2 questions?
First of all, thank you very much for the wonderful job that you have done. We have really taken a lot than what we had expected from beyond our expectations. We cannot take it for granted. However, it's as if this is the starting point that we need more about it. Like on our side, from the aspect of manufacturing, we've been having a component of the sales management system that captures the invoices from the point of sub-inventory to the point of the sale that we can be positioned to do. So my question is that, like that system we are having and this one which we have got, what better ways can we put that in there or integrate the two so that they work together?
Okay, thank you very much. You're welcome for your compliments about training. You can integrate any system that you want with ours using the API. All you have to do is create that virtual connection and it can tap into that other system, that information, and will share it in your EFRIS account. If that is what you want us to see, if you want us to see more than that. However, as I had mentioned, remember that one of the other tabs that we're going to configure, the manufacturing accounts, is to capture that whole sub-inventory, inventory raw material system. So when that part is launched officially, you will be able to use it and maybe you can give us feedback to see if it works or if it doesn't. Thank you. The last question in the room. Yes, please.
Thank you for the lecture, madam. Appreciate, but thank you for the lecture, madam.
Okay.
Appreciate it. But like the 2 days of been looking at basically people who are dealing in manufacturing products. But there are those companies who are dealing in services, provision of services. A good example I can give is like last year, while in calls, like calls facility. So like is there a component basically, or was that like I've been thinking of products having quantity, having the item codes like among others. But now there are those companies who are service providers. Is there a component basically for them?
Okay.
Just manufacturing sector, but what of these ones who are providing services?
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, to answer your question, because our target group here and the people that UMA relates to in this training, we were trying to target the manufacturing people. But also, if you recall, one of the things that I configured for my business that I was selling were tax accounting services. That is a service. You still go ahead and configure it the same way I did my accounting service. I find the category in which this service lies. I configure it. I put a price for it. I selected a unit measure. For me, it was per week. People in construction can put a percentage of completion. So it's the same process. The only difference is that when it is a service, you don't stock in. Okay? I cannot say I am stocking in 50,000 hours. Or I cannot say I am stocking in 20% completion rate. That is what I had already mentioned. The service people, it is the same thing. So you will still go to probably say renting whole services and you include, that's a service you offer. Put the price for it. When you're generating the invoice, if it's a different price because you're giving, probably you could charge me today for 2 million for this whole. Tomorrow you're charging someone else like Sarah for say 10 million. Include that price there. So it's the same process, really. The only difference is that you cannot stock in a service. Okay? Is there any other question in the room? Okay, I think we're all covered. We are going to look at a few questions on Zoom. How do I access those people who have raised their hands? People who are asking us about agriculture products, agriculture services, there's a category on agriculture products. And the tax rates that apply to those are also included there. So it is still the same process. As you saw, there are so many categories in there, including a category called Other, to include something that was not included on your side. So please go through the list and you will see where you lie as a service
Check. Check.
Hello. It's okay like that? Okay. Hello, I think we are back on. Is the audio on? Okay, I think so. Yes, we are. All right, thank you. The participants are saying yes, it's now okay on Zoom. Yeah. Okay, so we had answered a few questions here. And most of the questions seem to center around the currency conversion. Please know that there's an inbuilt currency converter in the solution. So whatever currency you're dealing with, it will capture that. But please note that the currency, when you're generating an invoice, the currency you select at that point, everything else is going to be converted to that particular currency. The documents can be found when you click the e-invoicing link just before you log in with your TIN and password. Click downloadable forms, and then you're able to get all the documents available there. The Kakasa booklet is found in the A to Z tax topics on the URA portal. Click A to Z tax topics, follow through to section D. Under section D, there is digital tax stamping and e-invoicing. Click that link, it takes you to the Kakasa booklet, which you can download for more information. I think that's about it. Those who are asking about where you will be able to find this recording, the UMA team shall be in position to answer that question. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. You've been an interesting crowd. It was my pleasure to walk you through this. I would like to hand over this session back to the UMA team.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We've had a 2 days training on the e-invoicing. This was very well handled on my side, and I think to everyone's side by Martha. Martha would like to thank you very much, and the entire URA team. Like she said, if you still have any inquiries, please don't feel shy. Communicate to the project team. On that was Kakasa
at ura.go.ug.
Yes, and she said a contact will be communicated. We shall follow up on that and post it on our website or send through our communications as we usually do. Then also don't be, she assured us that the URA team is still doing trainings that are on invitation basis. So this is not the limit. Still, they'll be training you. You say 2 people per company, as if you're registered with URA, of course, they'll be contacting you and they'll be doing the training. The sessions were very interactive, and this is all thanks to you. We also applaud you, as well as Martha, for making the sessions very interesting. And on that note, we shall be officially closing the training right now. Thank you.